34 right, 35 left. Wind 030 at 23. Visibility 10 kilometers. Scattered at 3300. Temperature 31, dew point 25. QNH 1000. Transition level 120. Flight inspection aircraft active in the vicinity. Expect brief delays. Advise on initial contact. You have information hotel. Shanghai Pudong International Airport, Information Hotel. 0930 Zulu. Arriving and departing runways 35 right, 34 left, 34 right, 35 left. Wind 030 at 23. Visibility 10 kilometers. Scattered at 3300. Temperature 31, dew point 25. QNH 1000. Transition level 120.
China Eastern 281 radio check.
China Eastern 281 Pudong clearance radio.
China Eastern 281 information hotel request IFR clearance to Trần Xuân Nhất.
China Eastern 281 clear to Nhat via the next departure then as filed. Initial climb 1,200 meters. Departure on 1190.075.
Boarding has commenced,
Squawk
Captain.
4441.
Will to Trần Xuân Nhất via the next to departure the next Byron. Initial climb to 1200 meters. Departure on 1190.075. Squawk 4441. China Eastern 281.
China Eastern 281. Read back correct. Contact ground on 121.625.
121.625. China Eastern 281. Good day, goodbye.
China Eastern 5689er, ready to taxi.
China Eastern 5689er, taxi to holding point runway 35 left via Lima 04, Whiskey 1, Lima 02, Victor 2, Tango 2, Papa 1, hold short of runway 35 right.
Taxi to holding point runway 35 left via Lima 04, Whiskey 1, Lima 02, Victor 2, Tango 2, Papa 1, hold short of runway 35 right, China Eastern 5689er.
Island 7844, ready to taxi.
Island 7844, taxi to holding point, runway 35 right via Lima 04, 73, Bravo Bravo 1.
Taxi to holding point runway 35 right via Lima 04, Bravo 3, Bravo Bravo 1, 7844.
Taxi to holding point, runway 35 left via Lima 04, Whiskey 1, Lima 02, Victor 2, Tango 2, Papa 1, hold short of runway 35 right.
Runway 35 left via Lima 04, Whiskey 1, Lima 02, Victor 2, Tango 2, Papa 1, hold short of runway 35 right, J spring forward. Delta 280, ready for pushback.
Delta 280, push and start approved.
Pushback approved, Delta 280. Ready to taxi.
9690, taxi to holding point runway 35 left via Lima 15 Delta Lima 15 Papa 1.
Taxi to holding point, runway 35 left via Lima 15 Delta, Lima 15 Papa 19690. Juliao Air 1353 ready for push and start.
Juneau Air 1353, push and start at your discretion.
Roger, pushback approved. Juliao Air 1353.
J Spring 4, give way to the Hainan 737 on your right.
Shenzhen Air 9520 ready for push and start.
Shenzhen Air 520, push and start at your discretion.
Roger, pushback approved. Shenzhen Air 9520. Shenzhen Air 9520 ready to taxi.
Shenzhen Air 520, taxi to holding point runway 34 left via Whiskey 4, Tango 3, Echo Romeo 1. Contact tower on 124.35.
Switching to tower 90690. Juneau Air 1353 ready to taxi.
Juneau Air 1353, taxi to holding point runway 34 left via Lima 12, Lima 10, Echo 6, Echo Romeo 1.
Taxi to holding point runway 34 left via Lima 12, Lima 10, Echo 6, Echo, Romeo 1, Juneau Air 1353. Delta 280 ready to taxi.
Delta 280, taxi to holding point runway 35 right via Lima 04, Bravo 3, Bravo, Bravo 1.
Taxi to holding point runway
approved, China Southern 6266.
Air China Freight 1165, request pushback.
Air China Freight 1165. Pushback approved.
Cleared, push and start. Air China Freight 1165.
China Eastern 281 ready for push and start.
Spring 8867 ready for push and start.
China Eastern 281. Pudong ground. Push and start approved. Face north.
Push and start through face north. China Eastern 281, good day.
Spring 8867. Push and start at your discretion.
Pushback approved, Spring 8867.
Flight deck to ground, we are ready for push and start.
Taxi.
China Southern 6266. Taxi to holding point. Runway 35 right via Lima 25 Alpha. Lima 22. Bravo. Bravo 1.
Taxi to holding point, runway 35 right via Lima 25 Alpha, Lima 22 Bravo, Bravo 1, China Southern 6266.
China Eastern 5817, cross runway 16 right.
Cross runway 16 right, China Eastern 5817.
Hainan 7844, contact tower on 124.35.
Over to tower, Hainan 7844.
China Eastern 5689, cross runway 35 right.
Crossing 35 right, China Eastern 5689er.
20. Flight inspection aircraft active in the vicinity. Expect brief delays.
Jungyao Air 20, Nina 0, taxi to parking via Foxtrot 4, Romeo 4, Echo, Tango 4, Whiskey 4, Lima 06, Alpha Lima 06.
Foxtrot 4, Romeo 4, Echo, Tango 4, Whiskey 4, Lima 06, Alpha, Lima 06, Jungyao Air 2090.
We would like to have your attention while we are demonstrating.
Spring 8867 ready to taxi.
Spring 8867, taxi to holding point runway 35 right via Lima 22, Bravo, Bravo 1.
Taxi to holding point, runway 35 right via Lima 22, Bravo, Bravo 1, Spring 8867.
China Eastern 5689, contact tower on 118.4.
118.4 for tower, China Eastern 5689.
Left and pull the ends apart.
Ground to flight deck, please set parking brakes. Ground Air China 930.
Air China 930, taxi to parking via Alpha 5, Papa 4, Lima 04, Whiskey 1, Tango 3, Whiskey 4, Lima Romeo 5, Lima 09er.
Alpha 5, Papa 4, Lima 04, Whiskey 1, Tango 3, Whiskey 4, Lima, Romeo 5, Lima 09er, Air China 9er 30.
Cathay 380, cross runway 16 right.
Ground China Eastern 5432, taxi to the ramp.
China Eastern 5432, taxi to parking via Foxtrot 4, Romeo 4, Echo Tango 4, Whiskey 1, Lima 03, Alpha Lima 03.
Foxtrot 4, Romeo 4, Echo Tango 4, Whiskey 1, Lima 03, Alpha Lima 03, China Eastern 5432. Ground to flight deck, bypass pin removed.
China Eastern 5432, give way to the Cathay 777.
Giving way to the Cathay 777, China Eastern 5432.
Shenzhen Air 9052, zero contact tower on 124.35.
China Eastern 281 ready taxi to runway.
Your life is making to the window. Attention. It is again slow to know in the light that's from the aircraft.
Tower on 124.35, Shenzhen Air 90520.
China Eastern 281, Pudong ground, taxi to holding point, runway 34 left via Lima 21, Alpha Lima 20, Victor 6, Tango 1, Echo Romeo 1.
Taxi to holding point, runway 34 left via Lima 21, Alpha Lima 20, Victor 6, Tango 1, Echo Romeo 1. Bamboo, China Eastern 281.
Delta 280, contact tower on 124.35.
Over to tower, Delta 280.
Ground, Junio Air 1008, taxi to the ramp.
Exactly remarked with an exit sign.
Junior Air 1008, taxi to parking via Golf 5, Golf, Romeo 4, hold short of runway 16 right.
Golf 5, Golf Romeo 4, hold short of runway 16 right, Junio Air 1008.
Spring route 867, contact tower on 124.35.
Going to tower, spring 8867, thanks.
Junior Air 1008, cross runway 16 right.
Cross runway 16 right, Junio Air 1008.
Try to keep it cool with fine vibrations for takeoff. Please ensure your seatbelt is securely fastened.
China Southern 6266, contact tower on 124.35.
Tower, China Southern 6266.
Juliao Air 1353, contact tower on 124.35.
Tower on 124.35, Junyao Air 1353.
Air China Freight 1165, contact tower on 118.4.
To Tower, Air China Freight 1165. China Eastern 6277, request pushback.
China Eastern 6277, push approved.
Pushback and start approved. China Eastern 6277. China Eastern 51905, request pushback.
China Eastern 51905, push approved.
Pushback and start approved. China Eastern 51905.
Shanghai Niner 233, request pushback.
Shanghai Nina 233, push approved.
Pushback and start approved. Shanghai Niner 233.
Ground China Eastern 7236, taxi to the gate.
China Eastern 7236, taxi to parking via Golf 5, Golf Romeo 4, hold short of runway 16 right.
Golf 5, Golf Romeo 4, hold short of runway 16 right, China Eastern 7236. China Eastern 9011, request pushback.
China Eastern 9011, push approved.
Pushback and start approved. China Eastern 9011. Ground, Shenzhen Air 9525, taxi to parking.
Shenzhen Air 9525, taxi to parking via Alpha 5, Papa 4, Lima 04, Whiskey 1, Tango 3, Whiskey 4, Lima 06, Alpha, Lima 06.
Alpha 5, Papa 4, Lima 04, Whiskey 1, Tango 3, Whiskey 4, Lima 06, Alpha, Lima 06, Shenzhen Air 9525.
China Eastern 7236, cross runway 16 right.
Cross runway 16 right, China Eastern 7236. China Eastern 6277, ready to taxi.
China Eastern 6277, taxi to holding point, runway 35 right via Lima 25, Alpha, Lima 22, Bravo, Bravo 1.
Taxi to holding point, runway 35 right via Lima 25, Alpha, Lima 22, Bravo, Bravo 1, China Eastern 6277. Indonesia 895, request pushback.
Indonesia 8905, cleared for push and start.
Push and start approved. Indonesia 8905.
FedEx 5315, taxi to the gate.
FedEx 5315, taxi to parking via Charlie 5, Papa 4, Lima 15.
5, Papa 4, Lima 15, FedEx 5315. Ground, Air France 116, taxi to the gate.
Air France 116, taxi to parking via Foxtrot 4, Romeo 4, Echo, Tango 4, Whiskey 1, Lima 04.
Foxtrot 4, Romeo 4, Echo, Tango 4, Whiskey 1, Lima 04, Air France 116. China Eastern 90011, ready to taxi.
China Eastern 90011, taxi to holding point runway 35 right via Lima, Bravo 3, Bravo, Bravo 1.
Taxi to holding point runway 35 right via Lima, Bravo 3, Bravo, Bravo 1, China Eastern 90011.
Indonesia 895, ready to taxi.
Indonesia 895, taxi to holding point runway 35 right via Lima 19er, Victor 3, Tango 2, Papa 1, Alpha, Bravo 1.
Taxi to holding point runway 35 right via Lima 19er, Victor 3, Tango 2, Papa 1, Alpha, Bravo 1, Indonesia 895. Ground, Air China 1044, taxi to the gate.
Air China 1044, taxi to parking via Delta 5, Papa 4, hold short of runway 17 left.
Delta 5, Papa 4, hold short of runway 17 left, Air China 1044.
Junio Air 1253, ready for push.
Junio Air 1253, pushback approved.
Roger, pushback approved. Junio Air 1253. Spring 8567, ready for push.
Spring 8567, pushback approved.
Roger, pushback approved. Spring 8567.
Air China 1044, cross runway 17 left.
Cross runway 17 left, Air China 1044.
Ground, Hainan 7841, taxi to the gate.
Hainan 7841, taxi to parking via Foxtrot 4, Romeo 4, Echo, Tango 4, Whiskey 4, Lima Lima 25, Alpha.
Foxtrot 4, Romeo 4, Echo, Tango 4, Whiskey 4, Lima, Lima 25, Alpha, Hainan 7841.
China Southern 6535, taxi to the ramp.
China Southern 653, 5, taxi to parking via Golf 5, Golf Romeo 4, hold short of runway 16 right.
5, Golf Romeo 4, hold short of runway 16 right, China Southern 6535.
Junio Air 1253, ready to taxi.
Junio Air 1253, taxi to holding point runway 34 left via Lima 25, Whiskey 5, Tango 3, Echo, Romeo 1.
Taxi to holding point runway 34 left via Lima 25, Whiskey 5, Tango 3, Echo, Romeo 1, Junio Air 1253.
Indonesia 895, give way to the China Eastern A320 ahead. China Eastern 281, contact tower on 118.4.
Tower on 118.4, China Eastern 281 today. Good evening, Tower, China Eastern 281, ready for departure, runway 34 left.
China Eastern 281, Pudong Tower, runway 34 left, line up and wait.
Line up and wait, runway 34 left, China Eastern 281.
Shanghai, Nina 233, contact departure. Good day.
Okay, switching to departure, Shanghai 9233.
Left.
Singapore 832 contact ground on 121.875.
Ground Singapore 832.
On runway.
China, Eastern 281,
left,
runway
remaining.
34 left, wind 020 at 21, cleared for takeoff.
Winds copy, clear for takeoff, runway 34 left, China Eastern 281.
China, Southern 359 at 3, contact ground on 121.875.
To ground, China Southern 359 at 3, thanks.
So we assess speed check.
Air China Freight 1165, contact departure.
89. Departure for Air China Freight 1165. Good day. V1, rotate. V2.
What's a big cloud here?
China Southern 359 at 3, hold short of runway 16 right.
16R holding short, China Southern 359 at 3.
China Southern 359 at 3, cross runway 16 right.
Crossing 16 right, China Southern 359 at 3.
China Eastern 281, contact departure.
Contact departure, China Eastern 281, good day, bye-bye. Good evening, departure, China Eastern 281, with you passing 500 meters, climbing to 1200 meters.
China, Eastern 281, Shanghai departure, radar contact, climb 4,500 meters.
Climbing to 5,400 meters, China Eastern 281.
Departure China Eastern 6277, 600 meters for 1,200 meters.
China Eastern 281, speed 210 for spacing.
Speed 210 for spacing. China Eastern 281.
China Eastern 6277, Shanghai control, radar contact, climb and maintain 3,300 meters.
2,300 meters, China Eastern 6277.
departure, Indonesia 895, 2000 to 4000.
Indonesia 895, Shanghai Control, radar contact. Climb and maintain flight level 110.
Climbing flight level 110, Indonesia 895.
Departure Spring 8567, 2000 to 4000.
Spring 8567, Shanghai Control, radar contact. Climb and maintain 6000.
Out of 2000 to 6000, Spring 8567.
As a precaution against unexpected turbulence, please refrain from smoking during the flight, including electronic cigarettes. Laptop and other portable electronic devices may be used in flight mode and silent mode from now until we begin descent or landing. In a few minutes, refreshment will be served. Should you require any additional information or assistance, please use the flight attendant call button. Thank you.
China Eastern 281, resume normal speed. Speed restrictions cancelled.
Resuming normal speed. Speed restrictions cancelled. China Eastern 281.
China Eastern 281, climb 6,900 meters.
Climbing to 6,900 meters. China Eastern 281.
China Eastern 281, contact Shanghai Control on 120.55.
Contacting Shanghai Control on 120.55. China Eastern 281.
Shanghai Control, Shenzhen Air 6
Shenzhen Air 632, roger.
Shanghai Control, China Eastern 281, good evening. 5,100 meters for 6,900 meters on NXD-2.
China Eastern 281, Shanghai Control identified. Good evening. Climb 9,200 meters.
Climbing 9,200 meters. China Eastern 281.
Shenzhen Air 632, just confirming you have us.
Shenzhen Air 632, 555.
Shanghai Air 9233, 10,700 meters, climbing 10,700 meters.
Shanghai Air 9233, roger.
Shanghai Control, China Eastern 5029 at 9,800 meters.
China Eastern 5029, roger. Shanghai Air 9233, climb to 11,900 meters, report level numbers.
Climbing 11,900 meters. Shanghai Air 9233.
Shanghai Control, Shenzhen Air 9520, climbing 9,800 meters.
Shenzhen Air 9520, identified. Shanghai Air 9233, climb to 13,100 meters, report level.
Leaving 12,500 meters for 13,100 meters, Shanghai Air 9233.
China Eastern 5029, climb 10,700 meters.
Leaving 10,100 meters for 10,700 meters, China Eastern 5029.
Shenzhen Air 9520, descend to 8,400 meters, pilot's discretion.
Descending to 8,400 meters, Shenzhen Air 9520.
Shanghai Control, Cathay 369 with you out of 10,100 meters climbing.
Cathay 369, identified. Good evening.
Shanghai Air 9233, moderate chop here at 14,900 meters, might ask for higher.
Shanghai Air 9233, thank you. We'll pass that along. China Eastern 5051. Continue descent to 8,900 meters.
8,900 meters, China Eastern 5051. Tango 101, 11,300 meters, climbing 11,900 meters.
Tango 101, Shanghai control identified.
Korean Air 651 with you out of 11,300 meters for 11,900 meters.
Korean Air 651, Shanghai control identified.
Shanghai Control, China Eastern 6277, climbing 5,400 meters for 6,000 meters.
China Eastern 6277 identified. Good evening. China Eastern 5029, descend 9,200 meters.
Down to 9,200 meters, China Eastern 5029.
Shenzhen Air 9520, descend 7,800 meters.
Moving for 7,800 meters, Shenzhen Air 9520.
Shanghai Air 9233, descend to 16,700 meters, pilot's discretion.
Moving for 16,700 meters, Shanghai Air 9233.
Tango 101, no speed restrictions.
We'll go Tango 101.
China Eastern 281, climb 9,800 meters.
Climbing 9800 meters, China Eastern 281.
China Eastern 5195 with you 5,100 meters for 6,000 meters.
China Eastern 5195 identified. Shanghai Air 9233, descent to 15,500 meters.
Descending 15,500 meters, Shanghai Air 9233.
China Eastern 6277, climb to 7,200 meters.
Climbing to 7,200 meters, China Eastern 6277.
China Eastern 9011 out of 5,100 meters for 6,000 meters.
China Eastern 9011, roger. Shanghai Air 9233, descend 14,900 meters.
Moving 16,100 meters for 14,900 meters, Shanghai Air 9233.
China Eastern 5195, climb to 7,200 meters, report level.
Climbing 7,200 meters, China Eastern 5195.
Shanghai Control, Junio 1337, 5,100 meters from 6,000 meters.
Junio 1337, identified. Good evening. Delta 280, traffic 1 o'clock and 20 miles, same direction, a turboprop, 6,000 meters.
On PCAS, no visual, Delta 280.
Shanghai Air 9233, continue descent to 14,300 meters.
Descending 14,300 meters, Shanghai Air 9233.
China Eastern 9011, climb 7,200 meters.
Out of 6,600 meters for 7,200 meters, China Eastern 9011.
We are pleased to inform you that the cabin crew will now begin the snack and beverage service. We We invite you to enjoy our delicious selection, including our signature chicken satay and refreshing tropical juice. After the service, selected items from the China Eastern Airlines shop will also be available for your perusal. Thank you for flying with us.
Juneyao 1337, descend to 5,400 meters, pilot's discretion.
6,000 meters for 5,400 meters, Juneyao 1337.
Shanghai Control, China. Eastern 6345, 5,700 meters for 6,000 meters.
China Eastern 6345, Shanghai Control identified. China, Eastern 5195. Continue climb to 8,400 meters.
8,400 meters, China Eastern 5195.
China, Eastern 6345, climb 7,200 meters.
Leaving 6,300 meters for 7,200 meters, China Eastern 6345.
China Eastern 9011. Continue climb to 8,400 meters.
Up to 8,400 meters, China Eastern 9011.
China Eastern 6345. Traffic 11 o'clock and 20 miles. Crossing right to left.
Negative contact, we have him on TCAS, China Eastern 6345.
China Eastern 6277, climb to 10,700 meters, report level.
Climbing 10,700 meters, China Eastern 6277.
China Eastern 281. Contact Shanghai Control on 124.1.
Contacting Shanghai Control on 124.1, China Eastern 281. Shanghai Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening at 9,800 meters.
China Eastern 281, Shanghai Control, identified. Good evening.
Out 2191, climbing 4,800 meters for 6,000 meters.
Juliao 2191 identified. China, Eastern 6345, climb to 8,400 meters, report level.
Leaving 7,500 meters for 8,400 meters. China Eastern 6345.
China Eastern 9011, continue climb to 9,800 meters.
Out of 9,200 meters for 9,800 meters, China Eastern 9011.
Airspring 8867, climb to 9,800 meters.
Moving 9,200 meters for 9,800 meters. Airspring 8867.
China Eastern 6345, descend 6,300 meters at your discretion.
Down to 6,300 meters. China Eastern 6345.
Juliao 2191, descend 4,200 meters at your discretion.
Descending to 4,200 meters. Juliao 2191.
China, Eastern 5689, continue descent 7,200 meters.
Leaving 7,800 meters for 7,200 meters, China Eastern 5689.
Hotel 626, pilot report at 10,400 meters if you have it.
Through so far, Hotel 626.
Shanghai Control, China Southern 3917, 11,300 meters.
China Southern 3917, Shanghai Control, roger.
China Southern 339, with you 9,800 meters.
China Southern 339, Shanghai Control identified. Juliao 2191, continue climb to 6,000 meters.
Climbing 6,000 meters, Juliao 2191.
drink or a small snack,
China
Captain?
Eastern 6345, continued descent to 5,400 meters.
Out of 6,600 meters. For 5,400 meters. China Eastern 6345.
China Eastern 9011, climb 10,700 meters.
Up to 10,700 meters, China Eastern 9011.
China Eastern 6012 identified. Junior 1111, climb 6,000 meters.
Climb 6,000 meters, Junia 1111.
China Eastern 281, contact Nanchang Control on 133.825.
Contacting Nanchang Control on 133.825, China Eastern 281. Nanchang Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening, maintaining 9,800 meters.
China Eastern 281. Nanchang Control identified. Good evening. Air 9520, climb to 8,400 meters.
Climb 8,400 meters, Shenzhen Air 9520.
China Eastern 5689. Descent 6,300 meters.
Leaving 7,500 meters for 6,300 meters, China Eastern 5689.
Thai Eastern 497. Climb 9,800 meters.
Climbing to 9,800 meters, Thai Asia 497.
Airspeed 8931. Descent 8,400 meters. 8,400 meters.
7,500 meters, China Eastern 6345.
Southern 6480, climb 8,400 meters.
Climbing to 8,400 meters. China Southern 6480.
China Eastern 281, contact Shanghai. Control on 118.975.
Contacting Shanghai Control on 118.975, China Eastern 281. Shanghai Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening. With you 9,800 meters.
China Eastern 281, Shanghai. Control, identified. 再见。China, Southern 6480, climb to 9,800 meters.
Climbing 9,800 meters. China Southern 6480.
Capital Jet 359, climbing 5,100 meters for 6,000 meters.
Capital Jet 359, Shanghai Control, identified. China, Eastern 6012, descend to 9,200 meters. Pilot's discretion.
9,200 meters, China Eastern 6012.
China, Eastern 6345, descend to 6,000 meters.
Descending 6,000 meters, China Eastern 6345.
Shanghai Control, Cafe 430 with you. 10,400 meters for 9,200 meters.
Capital 430, Shanghai Control, identified. 8867. Contact Wuhan Control on 132.625. Good evening.
Wuhan Control 132.625. Good evening. Airspring 8867.
Cathay 430, climb to 11,900 meters.
11,900 meters, Cathay 430. Cathay 430, just confirming you have us.
Cathay 430, loud and clear. Shenzhen Air 9520, descend 8,100 meters.
8,100 meters. Shenzhen Air 9520.
Shenzhen Air 9520, descend 7,200 meters.
Descending 7,200 meters. Shenzhen Air 9520.
China Eastern 6345, continue descent to 5,100 meters.
5,100 meters, China Eastern 6345.
Airspeed 8931, descend to 7,500 meters.
8,400 meters for 7,500 meters. Airspring 8931.
China, Southern 3502, continue climb to 8,400 meters.
Climbing to 8,400 meters, China Southern 3502.
Shenzhen Air 9520, continue descent to 6,600 meters.
Leaving for 6,600 meters. Shenzhen Air 9520.
11,300 meters.
Shenzhen, Air 8981, good evening. Shenzhen Air 9890, climb to 7,200 meters.
7,200 meters. Shenzhen Air 9890.
Shenzhen Air 9890, climb to 8,400 meters.
Climbing to 8,400 meters, Shenzhen Air 9890.
Airspeed 8931, traffic 11 o'clock and 2 miles, opposite direction, a regional jet, 9,200 meters.
Traffic airspeed 8931.
Charlie 586, climb to 9,800 meters, report landing.
Leaving 10,100 meters for 9,800 meters, Charlie 586.
Control, Kilo 006 with you, out of 10,400 meters for 10,700 meters.
Kilo 006, good evening. Airspeed 8931, climb to 10,400 meters.
Up to 10,400 meters, airspeed 8931.
Charlie 175, descend 9,800 meters, pilot's discretion.
Leaving 10,700 meters for 9,800 meters, Charlie 175.
China, Southern, 3502, descend to 8,400 meters at your discretion.
Out of 9,200 meters for 8,400 meters, China Southern 3502.
Shenzhen Air 9890, climb to 9,800 meters, report landing.
9,800 meters, Shenzhen Air 9890.
10,500 meters. China Eastern 6345.
China Eastern 281. Contact Nhat. Control on 124.15.
Contacting Nanchang Control on 124.15. China Eastern 281. Nanchang Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening. With you 9,800 meters.
China Eastern 281, Nanchang Control, identified. Good evening.
Shenzhen Air 8907, 9,800 meters.
Shenzhen Air 8907, roger.
Traffic.
Air Macau 826 at 9,800 meters.
Air Macau 826, identified. Shenzhen Air 9520, climb to 8,400 meters.
Up to 8,400 meters, Shenzhen Air 9520.
Airspring 8931, contact Nanning Control on 132.825 so long.
Nanning Control on 132.825, Airspring 8931.
Kilo 006, when ready, descend to 12,500 meters.
12,500 meters, Kilo 006.
Airspring 6720, traffic 10 o'clock, 20 miles, crossing left to right, an Airbus 320 at 11,300 meters.
Looking, Airspring 6720.
Air Macau 826, climb to 10,700 meters, report level.
Up to 10,700 meters, Air Macau 826.
Shanghai 1870, 10,400 meters, climbing 10,000
Junior 1870, roger. Junior 1870, descend to 9,200 meters, pilot's discretion.
Moving 10,400 meters for 9,200 meters, Junior 1870.
China Southern 3801 with you 11,300 meters.
China Southern 3801, good evening. Shenzhen Air 9531, climb to 13,100 meters.
Climbing to 13,100 meters, Shenzhen Air 9531.
Junior 1886 at 10,400 meters.
Junior 1886 identified.
Eastern 11,300 meters.
China Eastern 2068, Nanchang control identified. China Eastern 2068, traffic 12 o'clock and 15 miles, crossing right to left, an Airbus 320, 11,300 meters. Shenzhen Air 9520, climb to 9,800 meters.
9,800 meters, Shenzhen Air 9520.
Kilo 006, descend 11,900 meters.
11,900 meters, Kilo 006.
Junior 1870, continue climb to 11,900 meters.
Climbing to 11,900 meters, Juliao 1870.
Shenzhen Air 9937, continue climb to 10,700 meters.
Climbing 10,700 meters, Shenzhen Air 9937.
Nanchang Control, Hainan 7255, 9,800 meters.
Hainan 7255, good evening. China, Southern, 3502, descend 8,100 meters.
8,100 meters, China Southern 3502.
Shenzhen Air 9531, continue descent to 11,300 meters.
Descending to 11,300 meters, Shenzhen Air 9531.
Charlie 340 at 10,700 meters.
Charlie 340, identified. Shenzhen Air 9520, contact landing control on 126.75.
Over to landing control on 126.75, Shenzhen Air 9520.
Juniao 1870, traffic 1 o'clock, 10 miles, crossing left to right. A Boeing 737 at 30,100 meters.
Looking, Juliao 1870.
Shenzhen Air 9729, contact landing control on 132.825, so long.
Landing control 132.825, good evening. Shenzhen Air 9729.
Nanchang Control, Air Macau 226 with you at 11,900 meters.
Air Macau 226, identified.
China Southern 3507, 10,700 meters.
China Southern 3507, identified. Shenzhen Air 9870. Contact Nanning Control on 132.3. So long.
Nanning Control 132.3. Good evening, Shenzhen Air 9870.
China Southern 6547, 10,700 meters.
China Southern 6547. Good evening. China Southern 3669 identified. China Southern 3502, continue descent to 5,700 meters.
Leaving 6,600 meters for 5,700 meters. China Southern 3502.
Shenzhen Air 9890, continue climb to 10,700 meters.
Climb 10,700 meters, Shenzhen Air 9890.
China Southern 3507, traffic 2 o'clock and 10 miles, crossing left to right.
Looking for the traffic, China Southern 3507.
Air China 8337, continue climb to 9,800 meters.
Climbing to 9,800 meters, Air China 8337.
Tango 101, contact Nanning Control on 135.1, so long.
135.1, good evening, Tango 101.
Nanchang Control, Charlie 173, 11,300 meters.
Charlie 173, Nanchang Control identified. China Eastern 281, contact Guangzhou Control on 133.475.
Contacting Guangzhou Control on 133.475. China Eastern 281. Guangzhou Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening, with you 9,800 meters.
China Eastern 281, Guangzhou Control identified. Good evening. Thai Asia 497, contact Nanning Control on 132.825 so long.
132.825, good evening, Thai Asia 497.
Shenzhen Air 9890, climb 11,900 meters.
Climbing 11,900 meters, Shenzhen Air 9890.
Guangzhou Control Airstream 8502 with you, 9,800 meters.
Airspring 8502, identified. Good evening. Shenzhen Air 9520, climb to 9,800 meters, report level.
Climbing 9,800 meters, Shenzhen Air 9520.
China, Southern 3105, best speed, Mach decimal 82.
Mach decimal 82, China Southern 3105.
China Southern 3105, climb to 9,800 meters, report level.
Climbing to 9,800 meters, China Southern 3105.
Shenzhen Air 9520, descend 7,200 meters.
Leaving 9,800 meters for 7,200 meters, Shenzhen Air 9520.
China, Southern 3195, continue climb to 10,700 meters.
Climbing 10,700 meters, China Southern 3195.
Shenzhen Air 9870, descend to 10,100 meters. Pilot's discretion.
Out of 10,700 meters for 10,100 meters, Shenzhen Air 9870.
Shenzhen Air 9520, continue climb to 10,700 meters.
Out of 9,800 meters for 10,700 meters, Shenzhen Air 9520.
Shenzhen Air 9520, continue descent to 6,000 meters.
Descending to 6,000 meters, Shenzhen Air 9520. 9,700 meters for 9,800 meters.
Air China 1398 identified.
Charlie 586 out of 10,100 meters for 8,900 meters.
Charlie 586, good evening. Charlie 586, contact Jinan Control on 124.55, good evening.
124.55, Charlie 586.
China Southern 5148 to 11,300 meters for 11,900 meters.
China Southern 5148 identified. Shenzhen Air 9520, continue descent to 4,500 meters.
4,500 meters, Shenzhen Air 9520.
Shenzhen Air 9870, continue descent to 8,100 meters.
Leaving 8,900 meters for 8,100 meters, Shenzhen Air 9870.
Shenzhen Air 9870, descend 5,700 meters.
Descending 5,700 meters, Shenzhen Air 9870.
Guangzhou Control, Charlie 173, 11,300 meters.
Charlie 173, identified. Good evening. Shenzhen Air 9729, climb to 9,800 meters, report level.
Climbing 9,800 meters, Shenzhen Air 9729.
5,100 meters.
China Southern 6480 identified. Good evening.
Guangzhou Control, Air China 8337 with you, descending 9,200 meters for 8,900 meters.
Air China 8337, roger. Air China 8337, contact Jinan Control on 133.475, good evening.
133.475, good evening, Air China 8337.
Shenzhen Air 9870, continue descent to 3,900 meters.
Down to 3,900 meters, Shenzhen Air 9870.
Charlie 173, descend to 8,900 meters, pilot's discretion.
Out of 11,300 meters for 8,900 meters, Charlie 173.
China Southern 5148, traffic 11 o'clock at 10 miles, crossing right to left, a Boeing 737, 11,300 meters.
We have the traffic, China Southern 5148.
Sierra 77, descending 9,800 meters for 8,400 meters.
Uniform Sierra 77, Guangzhou Control identified.
Guangzhou Control, Capital Jet 5135, descending 10,400 meters for 9,200 meters.
Capital Jet 5135 identified. Capital Jet 5135. Climb to 10,700 meters.
Moving 10,400 meters for 10,700 meters, capital jet 5135.
Charlie 173, descend 6,600 meters.
Out of 9,200 meters for 6,600 meters, Charlie 173.
China Eastern 281. Contact Guangzhou Control on 118.905.
Contacting Guangzhou Control on 118.905. China Eastern 281. Guangzhou Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening, maintaining 9,800 meters.
China Eastern 281. Guangzhou Control. Identified. Good evening.
Minus 7442, descending 6,600 meters for 3,600 meters.
China 7442, identified. China, Southern, 3502. Continue descent to 7,200 meters.
Leaving for 7,200 meters, China Southern 3502.
Charlie 714. Climb to 11,900 meters.
11,900 meters, Charlie 714.
Traffic.
China, Southern, 2502. Descend 5,700 meters.
Descending 5,700 meters, China Southern 3502.
Charlie 714. Traffic 1 o'clock. 10 miles. Crossing right to left. A Boeing 737 at 10,700 meters.
Negative contact. We have monkey cap, Charlie 714.
Would you like anything to drink or a small snack, Captain?
China South, 6480. When ready, descend to 7,500 meters.
Descending 7,500 meters. China South, 6480.
Air China 9810. Descend 8,400 meters. Pilot's discretion.
Leaving for 8,400 meters, Air China 9810.
Capital Jet 5135. Climb to 13,100 meters.
Climbing 13,100 meters, Capital Jet 5135.
Air China 9810. Descend to 7,200 meters.
Descending 7,200 meters, Air China 9810.
Guangzhou Control, Shenzhen Air 9890, 10,700 meters for 12,500 meters.
Shenzhen Air 9890. Guangzhou Control. Identified. China Southern 6480. Descend 5,400 meters.
Descending to 5,400 meters. China Southern, 6480.
Shenzhen Air 9509, 5,100 meters, climbing 6,000 meters.
Shenzhen Air 9509. Identified.
China Southern 398 with you 8,400 meters for 5,700 meters.
Southern 398 identified.
Guangzhou Control, Air China 4304, out of 5,100 meters for 6,000 meters.
Air China 4304 identified.
China Eastern 9657, with you 9,200 meters, descending 3,300 meters.
China Eastern 9657 identified. Good evening. China Southern 398. Traffic 1 o'clock and 15 miles. Opposite direction. Traffic 7,500 meters.
Tally on the traffic, China Southern 398.
Guangzhou Control, Air China 8348, out of 5,100 meters for 6,000 meters.
Air China 8348, Roger.
Guangzhou Control, China Southern 5032 with you 8,900 meters, descending 7,200 meters.
China Southern 5032 identified. China Southern 398, descend to 3,900 meters.
3,900 meters, China Southern 398. Shanghai Air 886 at 10,400 meters.
Shanghai Air 886 identified. Air China 8348, climb to 7,200 meters.
Climb 7,200 meters, Air China 8348.
Southern 6152, Roger.
Guangzhou Control, Cathay 706, how do you read us?
Cathay 706, reading you clearly.
Guangzhou Control, Cathay 706, 10,700 meters.
Cathay 706, good evening. China, Southern 5032. Continue descent to 4,800 meters.
4,800 meters, China Southern 5032.
China Eastern 281. Contact landing control on 19er, decimal 325.
Contacting landing control on 119er decimal 325, China Eastern 281. Landing control, China Eastern 281. Good evening, maintaining 9,800 meters.
China Eastern 281, landing control identified. Good evening. China, Southern 5032, descend to 3,600 meters.
Leaving 5,100 meters to 3,600 meters, China Southern 5032.
Air China 8348, climb 10,700 meters.
10,700 meters, Air China 8348.
China Eastern 6152, continue climb to 8,400 meters.
Climbing to 8,400 meters, China Eastern 6152.
China Eastern 6186. Climb to 7,200 meters. Report level.
Climb 7,200 meters, China Eastern 6186. Nanning Control, Charlie 876 at 10,700 meters.
Charlie 876 identified. China Eastern 6152. Climb to 9,800 meters. Report level.
Climb 9,800 meters, China Eastern 6152.
China Eastern 6186. Climb to 8,400 meters.
Up to 8,400 meters, China Eastern 6186. Nanning Control, Charlie 794 with you, 10,700 meters.
Charlie 794, good evening.
Viet Jet 3732 with you 10,400 meters.
Viet Jet 3732 identified. Viet Jet 3732, best speed please, try for 250 if you can.
Speed 250, Viet Jet 3732.
Nanning Control, China Eastern 2306, 4,800 meters, climbing 6,000 meters.
China Eastern 2306, identified, good evening. Victor 947, identified, good evening. China Eastern 6372, continue climb to 10,700 meters.
Out of 10,400 meters for 10,700 meters, China Eastern 6372.
Hainan 7653 identified. Eva 68, climb to 10,700 meters.
Climbing 10,700 meters, EVA 68.
Eva 68, traffic 12 o'clock and 12 miles, same direction. A CRJ, 9,800 meters.
Looking EVA 68.
Cathay 706, descend to 3,300 meters, pilot's discretion. China Eastern 281, contact Hong Kong radar on 118.925.
Contacting Hong Kong radar on 118.925, China Eastern 281.
Descending 3,300 meters, Cathay 706.
Xiamen Air 8308, climb to 10,700 meters.
Hong Kong radar, China Eastern 281. Good evening, maintaining 9,800 meters.
China Eastern 281, Hong Kong radar, identified. Good evening.
Climbing to 10,700 meters, Xiamen Air 8308.
Hainan 7653 with you descending 9,200 meters for 8,900 meters.
Hainan 7653, identified. Hainan 7653, descend 7,800 meters.
Down to 7,800 meters, Hainan 7653.
Hainan 7653, descend to 7,200 meters.
Down to 7,200 meters, Hainan 7653.
Climb VFTS 3732, climb 11,900 meters.
Up to 11,900 meters, Thai Viet Jet 3732.
China Eastern 281, contact landing control on 133.995.
Contacting landing control on 133.905, China Eastern 281. Manning Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening, with you 9,800 meters.
China Eastern 281, landing control, identified, 1 Shanghai. VVTS 3732, contact Hong Kong Radar Center on 125.175. Good evening.
Hong Kong Radar Center, 125.175. Good evening, Thai Viet Jet 3732.
Contact Hong Kong Radar Center on 125.175.
Hong Kong Radar Center 125.175. Good evening, Red Cap 116.
Thai Viet Jet 3732, 10,700 meters, descending 10,100 meters.
Thai Viet Jet 3732, identified. Thai Viet Jet 3732, descent 9,200 meters.
Descending to 9,200 meters. Thai Viet Jet 3732.
Redcap 116 with you out of 11,900 meters for 11,300 meters.
Redcap 116, identified. Good evening. Jet 3732. Contact Hong Kong. Radar center on 1.18.925. Good evening.
Over to Hong Kong radar center on 118.925, Taipei at jet 3732.
Redcap 116, descend 10,100 meters.
10,100 meters, Redcap 116.
Call 561, 5,700 meters.
Golf 561, identified. Good evening. China Eastern 281. Contact Sanya Control on 120.5.
Contacting Sanya Control on 120.5, China Eastern 281.
Sanya Control, Shenzhen Air 9729, 10,100 meters.
Shenzhen Air 9729, Roger.
Sanya Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening at 9,800 meters.
China Eastern 281. Sanya Control, identified. Powder 1 shot.
Dynasty 836. How's the right at 9,800 meters?
Light turbulence, intermittent Dynasty 836.
Shenzhen Air 9729. Descend 7,500 meters. Pilot's discretion.
Leaving 10,100 meters for 7,500 meters. Shenzhen Air 9729.
Shenzhen Air 9729, continue descent to 5,700 meters.
Leaving 8,100 meters for 5,700 meters. Shenzhen Air 9729.
Shenzhen Air 9729. Continue descent to 4,200 meters.
Out of 6,300 meters for 4,200 meters. Shenzhen Air 9729.
Signing control Charlie 064, 9,800 meters for 8,400 meters.
Charlie 064, roger.
Sierra 704 out of 10,400 meters for 10,700 meters.
Sierra 704, good evening. Dynasty 836. Contact Hong Kong Radar Center on 125.175.
Over to Hong Kong Radar Center on 125.175, Dynasty 836.
Quebec 928, with you out of 9,800 meters for 10,700 meters.
Quebec 928 identified. Victor 948. Continue descent to 7,200 meters.
China Control, Quebec 928, radio check.
Quebec 928, you're loud and clear.
Sanya Control, Air China 890, flight level 260, climbing flight level 400.
Air China 890, Sanya Control identified.
Sanya Control, Dynasty 840, flight level 340.
Dynasty 840 identified. Victor 948. Contact Nanning Control on 124.575. Good evening.
4.575, Victor 948.
Junia 1128 out of flight level 160 for flight level 200.
Junia 1128. Sanya Control identified. China Eastern 281. Contact Hanoi Center on 125.9.
Contacting Hanoi Center on 125.9. China Eastern 281.
Air China 407. Climb to flight level 360.
Hanoi Center, China Eastern 281. Good evening, maintaining flight level 320.
China Eastern 281, Hanoi Center identified. Good evening. Flight level 360, Air China 407. Air China 407, any flight reports for us up there?
drink or a small snack, Captain?
China Eastern 281. Contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 134.05.
Contacting Ho Chi Minh Control on 134.05. China Eastern 281.
Ho Chi Minh Control,
Vietnam 1562, radio check. How do you read? Vietnam 1562, reading you loud and clear.
Ho Chi Minh Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening, with you flight level 320.
China Eastern 281, Ho Chi Minh Control, identified, tell.
Victor 520 out of flight level 160 for flight level 200.
Victor 520 identified. Good evening. Air China 407 identified. Good evening.
Spring 7348 identified.
Cat 552, flight level 170, climbing flight level 200.
Smart Cat 552, Ho Chi Minh Control identified.
Tango 120 with you, flight level 340.
Tango 120 identified.
Victor 520, climb to flight level 240.
Leaving flight level 250 for flight level 240, Victor 520.
Victor 520, climb flight level 280.
Up to flight level 280, Victor 520.
Smart Cat 552, climb to flight level 240. Report level.
Climb flight level 240, Smart Cat 552.
Air China 407, contact VNTN Center on 124.1, so long.
We're to VNTN Center on 124.1, Air China 407.
Smart Cat 552, climb flight level 280.
Out of flight level 260 for flight level 280, Smart Cat 552.
Victor 520, climb to flight level 320.
Out of flight level 330 for flight level 320, Victor 520.
climb to flight level 360, report level.
Up to flight level 360, Victor 520.
Xiamen Air 8706, flight level 340.
Xiamen Air 8706 identified.
SmartCat 552, climb to flight level 320.
Up to flight level 320, SmartCat 552.
SmartCat 552, climb to flight level 360.
Climbing to flight level 360, SmartCat 552.
Victor 520, climb flight level 400.
Climbing to flight level 400, Victor 520.
Ho Chi Minh Control, Hotel 597, flight level 290, descending flight level 280.
Hotel 597 identified.
Victor 520, contact Hanoi Center on 123.3, so long.
Over to Hanoi Center on 123.3, Victor 520.
SmartCat 552, continue climb to flight level 400.
Climbing flight level 400, SmartCat 552.
Hotel 597, descend flight level 210.
Down to flight level 210, Hotel 597.
Jet 552, descend to flight level 380 at your discretion.
Leaving for flight level 380, Smart Cat 552.
Tango 120, moderate chop here at flight level 340, might ask for higher.
Tango 120, copy, appreciate it.
Victor 311, descend to 13,000, pilot's discretion.
Leaving 17,000 for 13,000, Victor 311.
Air 8706, contact Sanya Control on 120.5.
Sanya Control 120.5, good evening, Xiamen Air 8706.
Delta 353, flight level 310 for flight level 320.
Delta 353, good evening.
Vietnam 146, out of flight level 260 for flight level 220.
Vietnam 146, identified.
Myanmar 455 with you 17,000 for flight level 200.
Myanmar 455, good evening.
China Eastern 281, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.7.
Contacting Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.7. China Eastern 281. Ho Chi Minh Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening, maintaining flight level 320.
China Eastern 281, Ho Chi Minh Control, identified. Good evening. Myanmar 455, climb flight level 240.
Flight level 240, Myanmar 455.
Myanmar 455, descend 18,000, pilot's discretion.
Out of flight level 220 for 18,000, Myanmar 455.
Myanmar 455, climb to flight level 240, report level.
Flight level 240, Myanmar 455.
Myanmar 455, descend to flight level 190.
Leaving flight level 230 for flight level 190, Myanmar 455.
Myanmar 455. Climb flight level 240.
Climbing flight level 240, Myanmar 455.
Malaysian 386 out of flight level 340 for flight level 360.
Malaysian 386, identified. Good evening. Malaysian 386, climb flight level 400.
Climb flight level 400, Malaysian 386.
International Airport. Information. flight level 270 for flight level 280. Vietnam 220, identified.
Ho Chi Minh Control, Malaysian 386, how do you read us?
Malaysian 386, you're loud and clear. China Eastern 281, descend via Delvin 5 Delta to 5000 into Tanson Nhat, QNH 1008.
Descend via Dovan 5 Delta to 5000 into Tanson Nhat, QNH 1008, China Eastern 281.
November 4 Foxtrot Yankee 16,000 for flight level 200.
November 4 Foxtrot Yankee identified. Vietnam 220, climb to flight level 320. Climbing flight level 320, Vietnam 220. November 4 Foxtrot Yankee, climb to flight level 240.
Flight level 240, November 4 Foxtrot Yankee.
China 407 with you, flight level 360.
Air China 407, identified. Good evening.
November 4, Foxtrot Yankee, climb flight level 280.
At a flight level 240 for flight level 280, November 4, Foxtrot Yankee.
Malaysian 386, descend to flight level 380.
Leaving flight level 420 for flight level 380, Malaysian 386.
November 4, Foxtrot Yankee, climb flight level 320.
Climb flight level 320, November 4, Foxtrot Yankee.
November 4, Foxtrot Yankee, descend flight level 260, pilot's discretion.
Leaving flight level 300 for flight level 260, November 4, Foxtrot Yankee.
November 4, Foxtrot Yankee, continue descent to flight level 230.
Flight level 270 for flight level 230, November 4, Foxtrot Yankee.
November 4, Foxtrot Yankee, descend flight level 200.
Descending to flight level 200, November 4, Foxtrot Yankee.
November 4, Foxtrot Yankee, descend to 17,000.
Leaving flight level 300 for 17,000, November 4, Foxtrot Yankee. Control, Victor 377, 16,000, flight level 200.
Victor 377, Ho Chi Minh Control identified.
Singapore 852 at flight level 360.
Singapore 852 identified. Good evening. Singapore 852, climb to flight level 400. Report level.
Climb flight level 400, Singapore 852.
Đang giảm độ cao để hạ cánh. Quý khách vui lòng trở về chỗ ngồi, dựng thẳng lưng ghế, gấp bàn ăn, cài dây an toàn và mở tấm che cửa sổ. Vì lý do an toàn, quý khách không sử dụng điện thoại di động, các loại máy thu phát sóng và các thiết bị điện tử xách tay, hoặc chuyển sang chế độ sử dụng trên máy bay cho đến khi quý khách rời khỏi máy bay. Các thiết bị điện tử xách tay khi không sử dụng phải được cất trong ngăn đựng ghế phía trước khi máy bay hạ cánh và di chuyển vào nhà ga. Quý khách vui lòng hạn chế sử dụng phòng vệ sinh từ lúc này. Xin cảm ơn.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now making our descent for landing. Please return to your seat. Ensure that your seatbelt is fastened, your seatback is upright, your tray table is secured, and your window shade is opened.
Contacting Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.1, China Eastern 281.
Receiver or transmitter devices and portable electronic equipment must be switched off or switched to flight mode until disembarkation. Portable electronic devices not in use must be stowed in the overhead lockers or in the seat pockets in front of you
Ho Chi
during
Minh
landing
Control,
and
China
taxi.
Eastern 281. Good
Passengers are
evening,
also
flight level
requested to refrain
310
from
descending
using the
via
lavatories
Jovan
from
5
now on.
Delta.
Thank you.
China Eastern 281, Ho Chi Minh Control identified. Good evening.
Ho Chi Minh Control, November 4 Foxtrot Bravo, 16,000, climbing flight level 200.
November 4 Foxtrot Bravo, roger. Victor 377, climb to flight level 280, report level tow.
Climb flight level 280, Victor 377.
Center 753, flight level 270 for flight level 220.
753, good evening. Singapore 852, best speed, Mach decimal 78.
Maintaining Mach decimal 78, Singapore 852. Ho Chi Minh Control, Charlie 652, flight level 340.
Charlie 652, roger. November
November 4, Foxtrot Bravo, climb to flight level 240.
Up to flight level 240, November 4, Foxtrot Bravo.
Ho Chi Minh Control, Charlie 636 with you, climbing flight level 360 for flight level 360.
Charlie 636 identified. Cebu 753, continue descent to flight level 190.
Leaving for flight level 190, Cebu 753.
Victor 377, descend to flight level 210, pilot's discretion.
Descending flight level 210, Victor 377.
Cebu 753, descend to 17,000.
Descending 17,000, Cebu 753.
Air China 407, descend flight level 320, pilot's discretion.
Descending to flight level 320, Air China 407.
Cebu 753, continue descent to 14,000.
Descending to 14,000, Cebu 753.
Victor 377, climb to flight level 280, report level.
Up to flight level 280, Victor 377.
Foxtrot Bravo, climb flight level 320.
Flight level 320, November 4, Foxtrot Bravo.
4 Foxtrot Bravo, climb flight level 360.
Up to flight level 360, November 4 Foxtrot Bravo.
China Eastern 281. Contact Tansan Nhat approach on 126.35.
Contacting Tansan and Nhat approach on 126.35, China Eastern 281. Tansan Nhat approach, China Eastern 281. Good evening 17000 descending via Dovan 5 Delta.
China Eastern 281. Tansan Nhat approach identified. Good evening Tansan Nhat QNH 1008. Expect the ILS Whiskey runway 25 right approach into Tansan Nhat and confirm you have information Golf.
QNH 1008. Expect the ILS Whiskey runway 25 right approach, China Eastern 281.
Ho Chi Minh Control. Reach at 1158, 3000. Jet 1158, Ho Chi Minh Control, identified.
China Eastern 281. I've got a more direct path for you. Turn left heading 250, descend 5,000. Vectors for the ILS Whiskey runway 25 right approach.
Left heading 250, descend 5,000. Vectors for the ILS Whiskey runway 25 right approach. China Eastern 281.
As we begin our final approach into Ho Chi Minh City, please turn off all electronic devices and stow them until we arrive at the gate. Kindly ensure your tray tables are put away, your seats are in their full upright position, and your seat belts are fastened. The weather at Tan Son Nhat International Airport is currently 30 degrees Celsius with clear skies. Our assigned gate is Domestic Terminal Gate 20. Thank you for flying with China Eastern Airlines.
Ho Chi Minh Control, VJet 646, 3000. VJet 646, Ho Chi Minh Control, identified.
China Eastern 281, turn right heading 250 now.
Turning right heading 250 now. China Eastern 281.
Ho Chi Minh Control, good evening. VJet 646, 4000. VJet 646, Ho Chi Minh Control, identified. Proceed on course.
Departure, Vietnam Airlines 773-2000 for 4,000.
Vietnam Airlines 773, Ho Chi Minh Control.
Radar contact. Climb and maintain 12,000. Climbing 12,000, Vietnam Airlines 773. China Eastern 281, turn right heading 265.
Turning right heading 265. China Eastern 281.
Ho Chi Minh Control, Vietnam Airlines 773, 3000.
Vietnam Airlines 773, Ho Chi Minh Control, identified. Proceed on course.
Sunlux 1984, contact Bangkok Control on 120.5. Over to Bangkok Control on 120.5, Sunlux 1984. Richard 646, contact Bangkok Control on 124.5. On 24.5 for Richard 646. China Eastern 281, speed 180 knots.
Speed 180 knots, China Eastern 281.
China Eastern 281, turn right heading 290, descend 2000.
Right heading 290, descend 2000, China Eastern 281.
China Eastern 281, expedite your descent to 2000.
Expediting descent to 2000, China Eastern 281.
Vietnam Airlines 1188, Ho Chi Minh Control, radar contact, climb and maintain 12000.
Out of 2000 for 12000, Vietnam Airlines 1188. China Eastern 281, speed 190 knots.
Speed 190 knots, China Eastern 281.
$2,500.
China Eastern 281, 4 miles from Tango Sierra 424. Turn right heading 310, cleared for the ILS Whiskey Runway 25 right approach.
Cleared for the ILS Whiskey Runway 25 right approach. China Eastern 281, 4 miles from Tango Sierra 424. Turn right heading 310, cleared for the ILS Whiskey Runway 25 right approach. 4 miles from Tango Sierra 424, turning right, heading 310. Cleared for the ILS Whiskey runway 25 right approach. China Eastern 281.
China Eastern 281. Contact Tan Nhat Tower on 118.7.
Contacting Tan Nhat Tower on 118.7. China Eastern 281. Nhat Tower, China Eastern 281. Good evening, on the ILS runway 25 right approach.
China Eastern 281. Tan Nhat Tower, roger. Continue approach runway 25 right. China Eastern 281. Runway 25 right. Winds 240 at 11. Clear to land.
Runway 25 right, cleared to land. China Eastern 281.
Sunlux 1984, hold short of runway 25 left. Hold short of 25 left, Sunlux 1984.
Approaching runway 25 right.
Sunlux 1984, hold short of runway 25 left.
Approaching minimums. 300. Minimums. Glide slow. Glide slow. Glide slow.
Holding short of runway 25 left, Sunlux 1984.
100. 50. 30. 20. 10.
Sunlux 1984, hold short of runway 25 left.
I think you can do better than that.
Holding short of runway 25 left, Sunlux 1984.
China Eastern 281, contact ground on 121.6.
Contacting ground on 121.6. China Eastern 281.
VietJet 1832, winds 230 at Niner. Cleared to land runway 25 right.
Ground China Eastern 281. Good evening, cleared of runway, ready to pass into the gate.
China Eastern 281, ground, taxi domestic terminal gate 20 via Alpha, Bravo. Contact ground on 11.999 for tug if needed.
Taxi to domestic
Sync rate.
terminal gate 20 via Alpha and Bravo. Contacting ramp. Ramp control, China Eastern 281. Good evening at 1000.
Ground flight deck, say altitude.
1000.
Check.
Approaching minimums. Minimums.
Continue.
Check. 200.
Check.
100. 50. 30. 20. Sink rate. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Too low. Terrain. Don't sink. Don't sink. Too low. Terrain. Too low. Terrain. Too low. Terrain. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. 1,000. Approaching minimums. Minimums. Glide slow. Glide slow. $100. 50. 30. 20.
Thưa quý khách, máy bay của chúng ta vừa hạ cánh. Đề nghị quý khách phương huyền tại chỗ với dây an toàn được cài chặt cho khi tới trường các tín hiệu đèn cài dây an toàn và máy bay đã dừng hẳn tại sân đỗ. Đề nghị quý khách không sử dụng điện thoại và các thiết bị điện tử vào lúc này. Cờ trưởng, tiếp viên trưởng và phi hành đoàn chân thành cảm ơn quý khách đã bay cùng Bamboo Airways, hãng hàng không của diếu khách. Trân trọng cảm ơn và hẹn gặp lại quý khách trên những chuyến bay tới. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Please remain seated in your seatbelt fasten until Captain switch off the fasten seatbelt sign and the aircraft has come to a coupling stop. Do not use mobile phone and electronic devices at this moment. Captain, cabin manager, and our own crew member, I'd like to thank you for flying in Bamboo Airways. The airline supports hospitality. We look forward to meeting you again soon. Thank you and goodbye.
Approaching runway 7, right.